What's up? I made the thumbnail again. I edited my thumbnail again. Ni hao. I edited the thumbnail again. Bit weird looking. I tried my best to fit the Limbus company logo, but I couldn't find any space for it. Hello and Christmas. Hey. I won't start just yet. I guess we could go over this. I really like this music. We could listen to it a bit more. Da, 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 da. And the answer's always cool blue. You wanna do some gacha? Wait, no, this is the dispense. By manager. Yeah, you can't buy the stuff from Season 5 yet. Season 7 is just about the released. But yeah, you guys wanna do some gacha? Yeah, give Thao a word of advice. Yes? You supposed to see the game yet? Well, sorry guys, I've just been using it for background music. But yeah, here's the... I've just kind of been... Please help Miss Yu-chan be the most strong. Of course. You wanna roll for reindeer? Or... facial otus? I'll wait for somebody to claim a gacha, and we'll start. I actually haven't been doing much on this game recently. I've been so consumed by football that I haven't been able to do anything. Let's just go back here because the music is pretty. So, how is everybody doing? I didn't get to play this chapter. What is this game about? Well, this is Limbus Company, a game about, What is Limbus Company about? Well, you play as this... You play as a person with a clock for a head, and then you lead these guys called sinners, and your mission is to collect golden bows for some reason. I'm sure they went over the reason before, but it escapes me at the moment. Or if they haven't gone over the reason, I think it's right. So each of the so there are these main chapters which have like the battles and stuff called cantos, which focus on each of the sinners that you have. Golden bow, not golden bow. It's like a branch, and it's gold. And then you have the intervallos, which are just like short stories of stuff that happens. The game has 5 fingers and close enough, close enough. Here you can get materials. Here is the mirror dungeon, which has like more difficult battles. I'm gonna have to get the deck extraction ticket they have here before or season 6 ends. Here are your sinners. Here are the sinners. You can equip them with identities to make them stronger. Identities are basically like costumes, and they also give different abilities. So, yeah, the story here features a lot of stuff. Like, you have vampires, you've got whales, you've got... How do I even begin to describe what I went through in Kanto 8? How do you play the battles? We'll be getting to that. We'll get to that later. Does this have multiplayer? Oh, good heavens, no. Trading, no. No, it's mostly single player. Like, it's got some content. It's got some, like, more challenging content if you want to try it out. Maybe talk about your bus warranty. No, not now! Yeah, there's two, more difficult game content. Have thou paid thy taxes? What's taxes? So, and then you... Basically, there's this... Okay, so for the bigger Project Moon lore... You ask what limbus is, but you have a character for the game on your PFP? Does this game have crit builds? Yes, actually, yes, there are. Stun builds! Guys, are those stun builds? Limbus Company is like a go alt. So for the greater Project Moon lore, which I'll try to explain as quickly as possible, there's this place called the city, and then you have like the places called the districts. Each district kind of has its own theme, and is run by a different corporation, represented by these letters you see here. And the city is run by fixers. And the strongest fixers are, oh my god, is that the red mist? Does this game have healing build? Healing is actually quite rare to come by here. There's a few egos. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention egos. Let's go into egos, right? So egos are sort of like special moves that you can equip onto your characters. And some of them have healing abilities, like this one from the Arknights collab. Gives some sort of heal self and the... Thanks, Nosja, for the follow. Anyway, we've waffled about enough. Let's start reading the story. I've been here for many streams and all I know is Aurum keeps losing her clashes. That's not fair. I'll call it Concept Moon to confuse more people. The hall was chill with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Jia Yunchun with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sat Jia Shichun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone? Wait, she's not talking? Oh, this is an intervallo! I have to voice everything myself! Jia Yunchun, seated next to the hierarch seat upon which Shichun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and she nods slightly, acknowledging her awkward presence. And little Shichun's guests who stay here at our H Corp seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Jia Shichun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are aware, venerable performer Jiamu has always discussed and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Strategy game, there's next to no real-time gameplay. True. The real-time gameplay is the grief from losing your clashes. Hello, good morning, Reverend Josephine. Something about it just smelled suspicious. But we've already missed the window to challenge her to present this with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the venerable Jiamu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene or something. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Enchun. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyan despite your already saturated schedule. Oh my god, the glaze. Oh my god, this guy is still alive. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuan-chun. Wait, so, Ah, my parents, a true shame they couldn't be here, have always sung praises of your expertise. ... Is Shuipan still around? Oh my god. I hope Shuipan is still alive. As heads of some of these houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hongyan. Their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarch war. Wait a second, we played the nocturnal sweeping, missions. Didn't those have voice acting? Can you parry in this game? No. We'll see some gameplay later. Later. Very well, then shall we welcome Jia Shichun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongyan's family hierarch? Greetings, I am... Now, let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. ... Yeah, Shichun's expression immediately sours as Yuan-chun unceremoniously cuts her off. Oh, only offense until Murder on the Warp Express have voice acting. I see. Voice acting gets added during Bokak reruns. Yeah, fair. But then I could have sworn that the last intervallo had voice acting. Or maybe I just didn't read it because I had a headache. Yeah, I remember having a really big headache at the time of the, nocturnal sweeping stream. So I just ended up not reading it. I was like, guys, I'm on... Maybe you're just high! I'm fine. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions. Wait a minute, let me adjust the microphone volume here. Urgent discussions and passage of new major policy that have been tabled for far too long. Distributed contribution rights auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, big sister Yuan-chun. Passing the distributive condition right policy allow for the open auction of any remaining rooms and the blah business numbers. Emma, is this working? Shichun stutters a little, flustered, before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies are pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. Ahem! If I may, venerable hierarch, lining the pockets, that is quite an odd turn of phrase to remember to the bare minimum of respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? To give character the Bane voice. Ahem. Oh, before we continue, Shichun, I'm not entirely certain if you were aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyan has been racing to the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H-Corp's articles of association, you would have known that should H-Corp be deemed to be in the state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in this assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are attacking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. So what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities, when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Jae-yeon-chun was somehow turning the room against Shi-chun, without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H-Corp's value. My eye, Donkey. Recommend to give Lady Yeon-chun a Karen voice. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any family is present, stepped up to point out how Shi-chun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hongyan's front yard, or how she deftly maneuvered the forces to quell the Empress of War by taking control of the chaos within Dagwanyan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension despite her relative inexperience, but... Here, I'll try the Bane voice. Everyone in Hongyan's board of directions, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Shi-chun? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hongyan singularity-related businesses, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecasts, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. The venerable... Okay, let me try this with Wei. The venerable hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are all still indexing all available materials to... Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hongyan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hongyan's historical statistics. Whew! Man, remind me to take some breaths. Jae-yeon-chun must have known all along, too. She must have known how the previous family hierarchs... Breathe check. I should add that to Twitch. We're all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Shenhong worm or something of the equivalent. And she's using it to target Shi-chun's weakness, why the first family hierarch without the Anona worm couldn't possibly answer. Yeah, it's pretty deep into the previous story, so, it's a bit hard to follow if you don't have that context, but I'll try to make it easy. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch Jiamu are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call to vote the motion of no confidence. What's her deal? The motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after Shi-chun's power? So this is the picture Jae-yeon-chun wanted to paint: impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling to her first meeting, to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to be they've got an ounce of respect for the lass or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. Steel Ball Run is releasing March 17th. Oh, that's nice! I'll have something to do. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know? My arse would have left the chair a long time ago if it weren't for this, lass. In H Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Also, Netflix released a trailer on YouTube. Oh, I've seen it, yeah. It looks pretty good. The animation looks nice. Horses look horsey. Yeah, that's basically the TLDR. In short, our team helped to put a new CEO at one of the city's biggest companies and murdered the previous one in the course of it. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jashi-chan to the floor? Hold on, the vote of no confidence is an item you can invoke so lightly? The Schiff family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. Shui family too. Wait, where's Shui-pan? I guess he's still recovering from whatever happened to him the last time. The rest of the previous family head seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yuan-chun's good graces. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. "'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do not!" Right, I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Rachel like she's not even there. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm no longer gonna hesitate to make myself heard again. This time I want to be courageous with your help. Come on, let's do this. Okay? Very well. I'm in agreement. Yeah, then let's go 1-3 at the same time. If there are no objections, 1, 2, the assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month, and 3. Here, objection! Bloody hell, oi, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment, alone. Eh? Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuit of justice thou hast become, with such unrelating fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly, fine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait, no! What happened there, Don Quixote? What happened to ejecting together? Huh? I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze in the Department of LCC. Disputes in succession of power at such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy beak boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed this is how limbus company rolls now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Shichun's guests. Withdraw your objection, and you will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. It was... Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. Okay, I'll drink water. Thanks, Lulu. If not, I take it they have full confidence in her abilities. Oh, please. I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Shichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? I, um, I... His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone, when we all had a very clear view of her path to an ascension? During family hierarch evaluation, Zhao Baoyu donated the coins he had received from Jianzhou to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Jianzhou and those outsiders from an upstart company had to, almost literally, carry you to the seat. Has there ever been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? Ah, but have we not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarch evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame staking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Yuanchun's merciless dismantling of Jia Shichun. Yet, I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. Alright, I'm standing up straight. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum is open to all outsiders. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote of no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well, a fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarch's Heisho packs and the Jialan guards. So you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even happens? Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts if such is the case? Ha! What audacity! Do you truly have that much faith in Jia Shichun's abilities? You must know that the consequences of failing these matches would be an unanimous one-sided end to the vote of no confidence. And naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. That's fine by us. You're free to choose any champion who you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out Hong Lu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yanchun. We actually have just as much confidence in Shichun as she does. His wide eyes stare directly and unblinkingly into... Unblinkingly, bro's eyes are closed. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child, how dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all an audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing, wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, Zigong turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is the test to prove your claim to the seat of family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight may teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that within the presence of these people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they, Jia Shichun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Zigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Have you seen the Ryoshu trailer? Yeah. I showed it on the stream yesterday. Alright, that was a long first chapter. Alright, chapter 2? More stories? You guys want a gacha? Type gacha gacha if you want. I don't know. How is the new Rodion unit, guys? Is she any good? It does charge and sinking. I don't usually use such teams. And I guess it would be fitting to roll for her because it's, you know, an appropriate time. It is quite bad, Miss Aurum. I think we could actually use a dispenser for the holiday egos. Here somewhere. Here. But the cool ones with Ishmael, they're not able to... Is this character a furry? A reindeer one? No, it's like a costume. From what I heard, she's neat, but not as good as Knight of Despair. I mean, it's kind of hard to top. It's kind of hard to top Knight of Despair. It was quite literally. Give me a minute. It was quite literally one of the strongest units in the game. It's the fate of every future Rodion Sync ID. That's true, that's true. Alright, let's go. If I ever do gacha, I'll just do it in another game. Uma Musume gave away some carrots recently. We were planning to train Joshi-chun anyway, but it seems we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, what's up, Quick P? Hey, when you said the LCV was going to help me out, did you guys mean you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Shi-chun. Big Sister Yun-chun's an old snake! You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall to prove the world once and all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But, Shi-chun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now... Now... things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. You could gacha for Otis if you like. Yeah, sure. If somebody claims a gacha, I'll roll there. Shi-chun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, Shi-chun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? Are there ice builds in the game? Hey guys, refresh my memory here. Are any of the units here ice-themed? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, Shi-chun, what do you want to do? Are you okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yun-chun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, it's true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yun-chun used to always accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for a reevaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yunshan, I think her definition of Hongyan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Daguanyat's. And I know that all this has something to do with its ties to Q-Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they must have already had plenty of talks behind my back. Is there a penguin build in this game? No, but they should probably have one. Hey, Project Moon, add a penguin ID! That would be so cool. Poison and lightning. Okay, bleed is kind of like poison. I'm sure there are some, like, I'm sure there are some electric themed IDs and egos. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hongyan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Hongyan is... I want to change H-Corp be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and in only 30 days! Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great. So it's decided then, huh? We just need Fel to deliver the bad news to Zelda. Huh? So to summarize, the responsibility of training Shichun to win these matches, these amorphous tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Zhao Yunshan's control, by the way, and is probably a trap within the next 30 days, is ours, and we have to explain that to Zelda? Haha, wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later, Pretty, that was impressive on the illustrious red gaze, that wasn't my idea this time! Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Zelda. It's Roland! It's a dragon-type Pokemon. It's Zilu. Let me see. I think it's Zilu. Yeah, it's Zilu. Wait a minute, your banner is also Limbus Company! As always, Zelda was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great, then let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree! We messed everything up again! And what? The bus company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Shichun acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of family hierarch. I feel like a word is missing here. It was always part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is. Completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. And I would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary and tense records going back to J-Corp instead of had I know. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Wenshin's hands. Opinion on the charge-sinking rupture. Rupture mystery. I keep saying mystery dungeon. That mirror dungeon theme. I only have rupture. And that would have led them sneak to de facto assume the seat of family hierarch against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon. The most valuable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head-on. Huh? Besides, Besides, has this not given you the excuse you need to prolong your company stay in Dagwanyan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Shichun to further solidify her influence here. Depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence, they have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail, not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back then when you said we were all going to teach Jia Shichun, all 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Ah, by the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrow vision, rife with factual refractions. I am but... Welcome to Twitch, Donkey Fan. Stands that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So, you must be the one who plays last in that scale. Just don't say anything, but best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtuous way we may learn to replicate their merits, from the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anyone, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens were you doing? Aha! I am preparing a lesson plan for young Shichun, our family hierarch. Wow! Hello, Itorataki. Wow, you sure got on that fast. What are those yellow wormy things here? Aha! 'Tis a star, twinkle twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. Sometimes school do be feeling like this. School kind of feels like this sometimes. Could be a mistake, most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post haste. Nigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zigong's grimace? Of course, each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing. Until we have the actual lesson plans in Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Seagull. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Wow, this is all just... How many of this is story and how many of this is, fighting? Opinion and pre-nerf thrill glimpse? What's that? I see you have all individually work on your lesson plans as per Zigong's request. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. There she is, that's Zilu. Build tier 4 Oh, the items and stuff. I don't think... Wait, so... Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Huh. Yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because, so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. Not sure who I was expecting. It ain't me! Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could possibly... It's me. You? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers... Oh, I'm done. Sorry, got too into making a lesson plan. Just gonna stop myself from writing. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zulu's hands. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite a momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. This game have women? Yep, lots of them. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the stack. 108 analytical approaches to the aesthetes, What does mean, and how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. F, you went too far. Right, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading photos, 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper is partially melted. Lady, watch yourself, you almost got some on my arm. A painting, Zulu? Entrails, coating the world. Now you know how athletes appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! Zulu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson, thus it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce. Zulu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next! Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeve fashion and practices. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool. Just spit your shit, King! That's, you know how it is. Be proud of who you are, all that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings but as evidence of our individuality. Which will usher in a world which we carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Shall I request Sir Heathcliff to procure a YouTube account? I think he already has one. Several, even. Zulu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Integrative Linguistics. Subheading, The Power of Words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the file. My credentials include the ability to press down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I feel like some people are into that, so I'm not sure if that would have the intended effect. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticisms and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult. I have concluded from my hitherto observations that Jiashi-chun is an individual of great promise in this field. What does that even mean? Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is that a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Zulu seemed quite interested, but Jiashi-chun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading, Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room of Preoccupied Audience. Discard. Fealty! Wherefore? Next! Praxis of ego splitting concerning intermirror conflict between the self and reflection and paradoxic ally fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an unavoided door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshu's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice in the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 conflict. Wait, I forgot to take that part out! And into the shredder it went. When did the paper shredder get here? Wait a minute, who drew that? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or 2 in your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do it with nuts too. Aha, so it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. I believe Sir Gregor will be most helpful. He became like this character of fiction called Shanks. Yeah, he could become, I'm not that far in One Piece yet. I'll keep watching. I'm kind of preoccupied with other stuff at the moment. Other stuff, and by other stuff, I mean, Inazuma 11. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dagbanyan people who hated him. I see. This... I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for the week until the next command is received. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodion's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I don't know that he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack shines son off and grab your Oh my god! Go off, king! Yep, always gotta read the full print. It's my philosophy that reasons don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial powers is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy's qualities. But our focus is not on developing a hierarchy of a syndicate. Next! Information disparity is a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution in rational, self-interest-driven societies, and... Is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans. Finally. Now that that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Phew! Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So, I guess that you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. You have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So, with everything that I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on! You had me for a second there, but what's up acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course, I prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening when Shichun is saying. Following that, your company's, it seems that Silu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? Mein curriculum most especial! Oh, so that's a no. That was Zelda's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust at least. Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Oh, Miss Zigong, Miss Sada, I prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Sada weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Can they look? Are they looking? He doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So, this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Shichan's teachers. Or should I call you pupil Sinclair to be exact? This has gotta be a mistake, right? Is Shichan the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you were to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just Shichan sitting there on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sinclair is a resident expert in going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings just anyone. Don't forget we had to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Notice, you always got on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least. And, I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Issa. I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together. The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Corrections, my lady. You found yourself a deskmate. We so also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Deskmate? Bestie? What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Shichan's eyes widened with confusion, as though she had just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course of children in Hongyan who were raised for the purpose of becoming a next family hierarch. The reason being that schools would be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly recited the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. I don't think Sinclair has especially good experience with deskmates or besties. The last one tried to kill him. Usually sit next to each other and help each other out. And if you're lucky, they don't try to throw you in a wood chipper. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another. If one forgot to do theirs, they usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. Bestie. I come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like yesterday. Shichan would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day, out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I hadn't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she stuck into the kitchen and... Wait, don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up, 30 days are ticking down. You only got 30 days. Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Saude. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing. The last one tried to get him to hate clankers, and the other he became gay for. Interesting. Interesting experiences with deskmates. Oh hey, we finally get to fight something. Zilu and Saude appear to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us for each center, managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Miss Zilu? Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Haha, still, thanks to Master Jiacho's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. We have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super categories, and they are called... what are these supposed to be? Ji, Young, and Ren. Sorry for my Chinese pronunciation, I haven't studied Chinese in years. Ji, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people, to speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Young, courage. The ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect towards every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Sigong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Alright, Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. Alright, let's see what this is all about. What's this? My name is Isang. That's all. The class I have prepared for the day. I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder, going to the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? It's just like Call of Duty. This is Princess Maker 9000. Yeah, I actually do like playing those stat raising games. I got really into Tokimeki Memorial Girls side for a time. I should try it again. I only managed to complete one route. And I should probably try to complete another. You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risk sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people, after all. Correct again. Yet, destruction was a word that bore too much suffering from my heart. My sole ingress from it was abandonment of my condom fellows and my life's worth, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With whom? With myself, that lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength, and the world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. I like this sound. Let's enjoy the music a bit. Okay. Oh yeah, we're training both her and Sinclair. Now, if you are prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. I am most excited for Season 7. Yeah, same. For some reason, Shichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Technically, Season 7 would be my first new season. Hey, you know, It's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sunjun of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remembered that you were vehemently against me going there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed you weren't the only person who was invited. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting here to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it, we agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. Na 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 na. You gotta go to some Zumba classes to talk to the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family hierarchy war was always looming in on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame, but it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless, nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see... Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself that I have hidden away for a long time. I had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. This is cute, I like this. I have to go for a short break, I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Yay! Yoshi-chan slash resist. Wait, I can't take classes with Dawn yet. Be passionate and dream on Fixer Tales. But I wanna read Fixer Tales! Me, my Wow, why are you all playing games with your wife's boyfriends? You can switch between them. Let's start. Ahem! This true station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Shichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well. Which was understandable given what Sauda told them some time before the lesson started, some time ago. Otis, who had been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sauda. So what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her unusual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. Well, she may not look it. Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers only appear when history is in the making? Come on, let us see here! Amongst the greatest fixers... This tale beginneth in the year! Sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going on for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. When'd she even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, this is a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Ah, but of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee, from the very treasure chest of mine, these precious, precious fixer badges. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward. Thou shalt... I'm still not really... It's not doing anything for either of us. Which tastes better, Coke or Pepsi? I'm not really a big fan of soda, honestly. I've always been kind of weird with fizzy drinks. Because I usually drink fast, and if you drink a fizzy drink quickly, it starts to feel kind of weird, so I have to sip them like tea or something. Well, a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? We're doing whip training in Uma Musume. Okay, if that's how you want to play it. Mastery of these 10 different disciplines every single day, and on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Jashichan's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there is some experience you can't learn from teachers. I tick-tocked in response. This year 505, what is the historical community's consensus in the most illustrious battle that Fixer Yafei is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart thee a major clue. If thou hast paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages, in which the Fixer Yafei was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, has said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I've got it, it's when she had to forge onward, despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Dang it, I was too slow! Fie, young Shichun, thou incorrect! Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified. She's speaking like she was actually there. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such an audience, enough to study the ways of minstrels. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. What was the secret technique? I've got it! It's a Summer Night Fantasia! Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of the super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of fixers by simply reciting it with such apathy. That must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. Are you kidding me? Oh, come on, you can do this, Shichun. This is nothing! Illusion of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole! Summer night fantasia! Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage. Thus I bestow thou upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha! Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Josh Eacham's two-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo! Bravo! Certain minor details were missed, such as to be afraid the fixer was left-handed and that he had a bit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel. Yet, 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of Wilfei the Fixer's final duel. Remember it well? Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Chichun's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. So your first couple classes have some dialogue. Boom! Huh? You look kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made the request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the Reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. The day when Hongyan can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of coaching Reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not, until Hongyan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Just taking classes from everybody. Unlike some of the other classes which are more on the upbeat side of things. ... The room's air fell grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. En war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Shichun had failed to finish her ascension. It was spread like wildfire, too, so my class is going to be about what exactly happens when war— A piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, why is it gotta... Excuse me, Miss Zilu, is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, so we're gonna get a chance to script blah 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 blah. The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Shi-chan's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Like how he's just waving his arm around. His bug arm. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times. So everyone tried to draw each other out into an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Dagwonyan could make a pretty good use of Hongyan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know and use very well. Exactly, this should explain why they were hesitating outside Dagwonyan. Remember the thumb fellas, the ones who meant we were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisho all utilize the topography of Hongyan differently. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to not only witness it, but go through all of that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke and citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking relentlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fellas, I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened. I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongyan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me! Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled up the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. Keeps exploding in her face. Okay, combo. Wait. Class is going, Chi-chun. I'm not you, pig bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's gonna be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Melchai? Are you sure it's okay for a Shui family bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed. Wait, don't tell me we got you, but everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Melchai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so... You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck... You know, blah blah blah. Don't worry, Shichun. This is one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Shichun and Sinclair is... In clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote surviving Hongyan on the chalkboard. Oh, well, I don't think I needed any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts. But Jamwa, the previous hierarch in the Elder's favor, sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when you had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful that got assassinated? Oh, that I was wandering the hallways because I felt something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, was it my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm gonna have to prove myself. Tayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please, do practice caution. What's the thing? What's that? That's powdered wolf's bane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. If it was something as tame as what you were suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? Those silver spoons were custom made at Dagwanyan's request. A must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know, they're actually, Actually what? It's nothing. In Hongyan, where we are beset by threats of assassination by all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Honglu opens his eyes before Shichun can finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands like throwing pins toward 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for— Shiren's new tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Dwagwanyan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. Nah. A person will only enter your house if you drop it accidentally. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? I see. When you say you've just avoided whatever felt wrong with the hunch, you are reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to intuitive experiences. Aha! You were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Shichun. I know that the adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Tuancheng, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you will start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Shichun whipped around away from Honglu as to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Every 6 days, you will be subject to midterms, prepared by the Board of Directors, Jia Yunshin. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the test may Jia Shichun retain her status as family hierarch. My lady? Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Mr. Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. I must inform thee about something. What is it? What is it thou you wish to inform me about? She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. Master rank more specifically. What about it? It seemed that Wei's rather funeral voice wasn't just out of concern for Shichun. Wait, are you sure you're okay? Bom dia, hello! I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm. Hurry me. Each master rank gives Miss Shichun a unique passive. Oh, I see. Steel yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep-deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Yes? Yes, Don Fan? Please click the magnifying glass. Here? Kill with this unit's attack skill. Gain points equal to rupture. Inflict plus 1 more rupture potency. One flash lose, gain 1 protection. Alright, let's try it. Hey, you're one of the Shave Boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you'd run into me then, isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like I have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarch war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare a war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War is not easy. It never is. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they're under investigation for treason against Dog Guanyan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. They're not hidden. All holding cells have always been designed to move around at very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions. I recently gained the better understanding of Hongyun's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you? I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Huh, you did change a little. Many illustrious victors of the past had said that not with disparagement awaits unjust victories! She's learning! She's learning! Not learning to win her clashes, though. Wait, how do I can't drag anything? Okay, it's already been dragged for me. There's not much I can do here. But yeah, it's sort of like this. These are coin flips and they sort of decide whether your attack hits. Yeah, if your attack hits and how much damage it does. Think of it as like D&D. If you've played D&D. Yeah, I mean, you're already used to pressing win rate. How is this any different? So, while this is going on, I think her stats define her AI. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm considering still new here. Okay, we've staggered him. Yay, victory. Good for you. You won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You will! And I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. Huh? I don't want your sorry, every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. And I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind. I mean, you're almost caught up, you're not that new. But I don't know how this exact, event works. I'm playing it for the first time right now. When it was live, I wasn't at the right level. I think I was still trying to clear, like, what, Kanto 5, Kanto 6? Know my name, ma'am? I do. So, what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongyan? Okay, we have, classes from Ishmael. This is from Faust. Oh, I was clearing Kanto 4. You guys remember this more than I do. Anywho, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I might just... I might read a bit less. I'll just stay quiet during these during these lesson segments, I might just remain quiet. No, because my voice is starting to give out. You managed to come out on top on your first sparring match. Congrats! Miss Arm, I beseech thee to heed my advice. What is it? Thanks, I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago. So I'm just here to fill in since this game needs a certain number of players, but really? Can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Yep, in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as, what a move! Oh, nice, I'm gonna roll for damage. They're playing Limbus Company! They're also playing Limbus Company! acquire a master rank on all sinners. Yep. It was a formidable foe that was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Huh? Really? Well then, that's my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I've played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Junghu Journeys, or J&J. It's like a popular game among Hongyan's youths. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among... JM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. This is why the most experienced player takes that role, which would be me. With wisdom, strength, dexterity, each character seems to have these things called stats. Oh, looks like we just have to pick from a set of 3 main characters for this one. So, I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Josh Yuchun picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyan, a place known to be a gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You travel there in search of legendary treasure called, the Tianya Sword. You have the crossover ego. Yes, I have all of them. Took me a while to get them, but I have it. The city of Yanyan, huh? Cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? No, it's because... So there's this legend in Yanyan about how the sword of the Chenya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. Also about how having that sword is proof of the true leader of this land, and so on and so forth, yada yada yada. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see, this city called Yanyan must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Joshi-chun nodded solemnly without not noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then I will claim the Tianya sword, no matter what it costs me. Joshi-chun nods with determination. What a wonderful adventure that was. I'm so excited for our next session. I mean, class. The rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kazan keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kazan Keep, catch him up, and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your wisdom is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. I guess I have low wisdom. What if I found a different way to I do have a pretty high strength stat. Hold on. I'll try to convince them. I think I've got a high chance. And you pass the check. Oh, not you, Sinclair. Okay then, I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, right? You're just roleplaying Heathcliff now, aren't you? The Guzan keeps shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast towards Inchi Mountain. Bless whoever introduced Ishmael to D&D. We should play D&D. I mean, like... You know, that... I think I already mentioned Critical Role and other such streams that became popular during the pandemic, when there were a bunch of people, like, playing D&D together. So, I figured that, like, you know, that would be pretty fun to do. Although that trend is already sort of... I wouldn't really say dead. Hey, Heathcliff has good wisdom, just low intelligence. That's true, that's true. I heard somebody say something like... Intelligence is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing that it doesn't belong in a fruit salad. That's too bad, but we got a job to do since we would have what we came here for if we leave. Well, they say that jailers are supposed to interview the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. What? realize he's talking about the fairy Yagwai, guardian of the Tenya sword. He explains that the fairy Yagwai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds, then tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Yeah, okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. You're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. Ain't that the story of this whole game? This weekend, however, the defeated fairy Yagwai, who the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Chichun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No, I quickly get between Chichun and the monster, but if that crits, it's gonna be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One, and another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yagwai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Intelligence is knowing when to swing a bat. Wisdom is knowing how to swing a bat. Sinclair! Wait, shouldn't it be the other way around? Intelligence is knowing how to swing a bat. Wisdom is knowing when. Go on without me. Take that sword. Go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword is your proof. No, this sword won't mean anything without me adventuring, buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carrying him back. I won't leave him behind to ascend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know. That strike could have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out here together. Grab onto my shoulder, that's it, step by step. This eludes me, Sir Heathcliff said it to me. Well... Right. The success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point. One offense levels. Crimson Phoenix skill improved. 1 levels. Okay, we're close to having some... Close to having some max rank ones. I like the little animations that they have here. We're just playing D&D with Ishmael. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt with Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. Huh? 32 days ago? What? Excuse me, Dante. Wait, no, let me get in the zone for this one. Excuse me, Dante? I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. That same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Bro! Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh? Well, okay. Sure seems easy enough. Annyeong! Suddenly, Marisol let out a cry as he clutched his chest and fell to the floor. Are you okay? You okay? Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. Bruh, you're cheating! This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What's going on here? The what? Who wished the what? Despite Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. What was it though? Took the class. So apparently some combos give you, like this music. Starting from turn 3, gain 2 offense level up at every turn start. Okay, we have a class from Otis. We're taking my departure now. Okay, see ya! Attention! Today's lesson! We'll cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, Ben, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spendings, by setting a good example as a superior. They'll eventually open up. Foolishness! Huh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever heard the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend a limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture! Torture? Huh, I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Can you stop saying that word? This isn't exactly a military unit. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. It's the return of the Otis smug face. My favorite facial expression in this whole game. I'm not even joking. This is top 1 facial expressions. Then, cadets. To your positions, cadets. This actually gives a lot of stuff. Right skill improved, learn widening knowledge passive. Okay, I've gained 2 passives for the next Miss Radio heard what you just said and said something. What? Gain 2 offense blah blah blah, 1 blunt resist. Yung diagram. The number 1 expression is yaoi. So it's block 32. Huh, that was way easier than it was. Say something. Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this, isn't it? That may befit the seat of the hierarch, however. A leader who respects the silence of their inferiors. Alright, let's go. Let's see what she's made of. I see we've trained her pretty well. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'll rest my voice right now. And this hierarch shit easy. Did you really ever take the time to think about what happened if Big Sister Yunshan actually gained control of Hongyan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It'll be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off Big Sister Yunshan's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them before it even began. Would it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making, but you've not given us any reason to trust you either. So, about that hiding place where you put your parents you accidentally just let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. But I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Just how low is your opinion of the hierarch? I thought you were arresting every member of the Shu family. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? I'm trying different mirror worlds. Miss Ishmael is now like that Captain Ahab. I don't have that ID yet. Do you have that ID? I just haven't bothered to exchange her. Teaching kids to deal with kids, huh, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zulu wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, I'll sync if you're a UA. What? But I'll scan if you're a UC. Huh? I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult. But soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Ah, yes, there's so much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why, Shivan? No, wait, you brought a who from a what family? Upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean just... What do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Ryoshu stuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and then only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kinda trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Belly are what... Anyways, moving on, you heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids might help prevent a lot of future conflicts. But you've got your work cut out for you. Children of Dagwanyan are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, if you're gonna trick that kid here using my name, he must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold! He suddenly grew a bunch of arms out of nowhere. Wow, he's really taken a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when you tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Ryoshu was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, hongshu, and traditional Hongyan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu, the fear that he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. And with that exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. To be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected that I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dagwanyan kid. Kids don't survive in this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's gonna depend on what you're about to ask whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, Rookie Hierarch. Why say all of that when TWDT? You don't get the immaculacy of distinct abbreviations. Ryoshu granted the child's shoulders, brought him before Shashichun, and then in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child. And that seemed to do the trick. Why say many word when few word do trick? Speak, kid. It's my big sis says when the family hierarch war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents don't want to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and baddest of Hongyan, venerable hierarch. So I want to ask if you could make Dagwanyan safe? I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after Shiren guided the child out of the classroom, I found Joshi-chun whispering something to herself. Got a lot on her plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try and improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run out around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. I heard that manager Esquire likes... What?! I mean... Minecraft is pretty fun to watch. Like, it's really fun to watch the people that play Minecraft build houses. Like, but I don't play Minecraft myself, as you've seen by my, complete lack of Minecraft streams. But I watched a lot of videos of it. I would, mostly the ones where they build houses. Sometimes they'll, like, try to do stuff, like, try to make a whole other game in Minecraft. Or maybe they do some roleplay. Minecraft, what is dice speed? It's a game. Hello, Galan384. It's a game where there are blocks. Yeah, maybe Manager Esquire is a fan of Minecraft. First we mine, then we craft! Chicken jockey! Chicken jockey indeed. Manager Esquire has spoken, has said he is unaware of what Minecraft is. Well... well, it's a fun game. Say that you should try it. Alright, let's look at our passives. All about the poker face. Sorry, Gregor, I haven't been. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk, so you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, it just feels like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around the gambling table. Sinclair, given the time limit, this has just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear, I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Ah, wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there is much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, you know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy. I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Sorry? Scrub says what? Nobody joined the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You three will work to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Oh hey, I played Mahjong Soul before. Like, I'd play it as a sort of, you know, time... something to keep some time going on in the middle of longer streams. Like, streams where I don't really have much to do, so I just put on Mahjong Soul. That and Hollow Cure. But nowadays, I think I've come up with other ways to keep entertainment, like asking hard-hitting questions. Wait, I remember the one that I was supposed to ask yesterday, guys! Alright, here it is, guys. Okay, you know that game that's like Among Us in real life, where, you have to pick 2 people that are the so-called imposter, and then you kind of have to suss it out with the rest of your friends? I was gonna ask what you call this game. Is it called Mafia or Werewolf? That is... It's, a lot of people know this game by the name of Mafia, but I've also heard it called Werewolf when I was in college. Didn't tell you, never played it. So, yeah, I'll just make a poll on YouTube. Twitch polls are pretty limited. I've heard both names. Which one do you call it personally? What do you call... Wait, I flip-flop between the 2. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's what a lot of people tend to do. Let me, find the poll function here. They made my highest time 10 minutes. Maria, Mafia. Let's go. It's a dual meaning. It's two sides of the same coin. Alright, let's go. But be warned, I have the special power to read your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Ah, Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a thing, aren't you? Oof! And Shichun, you? And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're gonna eat you right up. And wait, you? Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Oh, this is gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know how ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad, but you're just as much as an open book, my guy. You see that one chong tile, don't ya? Sorry, not sorry, you're not getting that tile, cause it's not here. Yeah. I see! You called gunk melt so that you can play the mahjong, which has the rearmost tile, didn't you? I don't really quite understand. The mahjong I've played has Japanese rules. It seems that they're playing Chinese rules mahjong. Wait, does that by any chance imply you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way, I just have this sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would step back into this dark world of shadows, but... Oh, very well then. I'll be setting this flaw aside, and... Oh, I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady. The importance of this moment cannot be overstated. I see. You swapped out your ready hand, didn't you? What do you think? 3 flaw tiles in a row, huh? I see you've got some innate luck too. Very well then. I'll have to wager it all on this one suit. Huh? I won! Your downfall was written the moment you forced it! Ah, darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? I apologize for that vulgar display. My mom brings some tea. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! SPR Esquire. Oh hey, we have actually more people that say werewolf. Wasn't expecting that. I was actually expecting more people to say mafia. Description of goat. Activation skill. Crimson Phoenix 3rd form. 60 max HP. the music. Happy children, how to survive passive. Mandatory class. Can't believe that. I can't believe we're still doing this. Can I ask for your public support? Oh. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hongyan lies in right now. With that in mind, let's say I do announce my public support for you. Will allow me to share most combos? I would prefer to find them out by myself. Look, if Big Sister genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hongyan's best interest in mind? Not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you. Cousin will be your opponent for today. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Right. Fighting.
좋아, 구슬을 닦겠어. 봉황이 날개처럼. 다른 누구도 아니.
Alright, she actually does get stronger. That was kind of stupid. But like, the damage that we're doing is going up. And you can see it. You can see the results. You have something to say to my face? Your brother? You know who I'm talking about. Don't you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold on to your seat and you have the gall to give him false hope. I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know. From the kid you seemed to believe upon hearing what I said. We were happy for once to hear he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends. Besides, it's not all just hot air. I wasn't making an empty promise. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Enchine's Hongyan looks like. It looks be exactly the same in essence, and it'll be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. That's a lot of werewolf voters. I wasn't really expecting werewolf to be this popular. After thou hath beaten this odd side quest. You must read the Hunt Song ID. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't know if I'll be able to complete it today. What? What is this? Want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart and you'll be kicking those twats' arses left, right, and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today? Looks a lot more colorful, too. Bollocks, lad! Catch us on quick! That Wade bloke said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. that high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. Oh, don't underestimate me just because I'm holding a different budget. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon toward the sky. It made a small boop noise. We have a mandatory class with, Rambling Tales from the Drunken Palm. Class. After an uncharacteristic pause, Zulu continued. They'll be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for you to the lodge. A guest lecturer? Where are they? I don't know, maybe they're lost. A little bird told me that the venerable Highwork will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Dagwanyan's brewer. Ooh-wee, there any truth to that, folks? That guy. Is this the Kung Fu Panda intervallo? Yeah, we're teaching Shichun to become the Dragon Warrior. I mean, the family hierarch. I see that there are youthful hierarch is pretty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places, but please, I am no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar, the sky as my ceiling, and the dirt as my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that drained the rags he wore as clothing and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Shichun. Apparently Jaehyun has bestowed you upon you a new master. Huh? She also wanted us to deliver the message she was sending a master because, I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch, must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher? With a mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back mysteriously? Water, okay. At the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jaehyun herself is not gonna look too good. I know, it's only gonna make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yeonchun more ammunition to take me down. And you there will have eyes tacked in your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Oh wait, ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Sada's dread serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to be an idea of where my pupils are. I was just getting started? Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I say more? Flawed forms often find flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. What the heck? Is this guy serious? I never had a single master who had bad to say about my form. Is this the longest Orham stream? It's already been multiple days. Perhaps. There's more to this than raw strength now. Take a swing at me instead. Is going to floor 8 of MD with only 2 identities and capitalist behavior. Perhaps. You're far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent with force distributed unevenly across your body, so you will fail to cut and gain a little holeless comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter pokes Joshi-chan's back with the twig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late. Just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother's locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that, dumbass. Try to relax your body, will you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Have you tried a solo adventure in the Mirror Dungeon? Nah, I'm too much of a wuss for that. Hey, wait, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they give him a waiver's poison next time? You know, young Master Bao, you won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical. Zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how? But my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Ashura. Resolve reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything except for the self. Limbus Nuts Company. I suggest using Miss Ishmael's spy identity. Sure, once I'm able to get her. Let it all go. The gazes, the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Shui-chun's form visibly relaxes. He's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident proud pupil? I wasn't being cocky. Underling! Yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Just why do you think that it was you who was chosen to take this class? Well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote is gonna ditch out of boredom, and Aldous will try to take over. Not that I should have liked to have Heathcliff here, and suck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less what I have already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion. Have thou beaten floor 5? Yes, I have. I'm trying to beat floor 10, but every time I get to floor 10, it gets... it gets too much for me. Then the Night Drifter giggled flippantly, then suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. Later forces just kill the enemy before you die. When mirror dungeons don't die. Okay. I think I've unlocked, let's see how many combos I've unlocked. Okay, there's a few that I still don't have. Okay, there's quite a bit that I still don't have. can't we just feed Shichun 10 billion XP tickets? Actually, I wouldn't mind this, format. I'm actually kind of enjoying myself a little bit. Because I really do like these sorts of games. Let's look at the... Okay, we get a focus sash. I'm gonna buy Mega Dimensions DLC. It has good shiny hunting. But Dell must focus on getting damage type gifts. Alright. Target has binder bleed gain power. If Sinclair is participating in this battle. Alright, let's take the fight. Oh hey, Schwimpan is back! I was wondering where he was. Damn, am I glad I got my head screwed back on! It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the best news I've been hearing since when I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very exciting. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for treason, the seat of the family hierarch going to some experienced kid from the Jia family, not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off. Now she's been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? Really, what happens when you skip school for a day? You don't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I don't have any concern for the future of Hongyan. So just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. I'm just happy to see him back.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
Alright, we have a few more Mafia voters, but the votes are more overwhelmingly for Werewolf. Oh, damn!
좋아, 구조를 파악했어.
It's not really much I can do in the way of, like, actually rolling. Does this guy make good or bad husband material? Depends on what you're looking for, I'd say.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Not bad forward.
알고 있는 걸
Well, I'd say it'd be pretty bad if he releases zombies in the house for no reason. Okay, you can see the passive start activating. Is he freaky though? He looks real. I don't know. It seems like he's kind of freaky.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Like Uma Musume, but instead of horse girls, you're training a girl to fight. Listen, the duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now, isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter. You're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy war is over, and I'm not gonna kill someone just because they're being a bit cooperative. Get real, do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Uma Musume is My Little Pony, Lupa's company is My Little Payment. Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine, and hang my corpse in the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message, and station every single one of your Heisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And anyone dares to speak out against you, snip, chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. Murderer T-pose. Are you having trouble clashing in mirror dungeons? Only on later levels. Used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller even than my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly about Dagonyan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining is gonna happen, I can only hope it happens when I'm still here. My plan sauntered away, but Joshi-chan found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... My lady? Joshi-chan seems deeply engrossed in thought. Weapon is wife material confirmed? Possibly. Oh, we gotta catch some Z's. Oh no, she's got the mood awful! This can't be! My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Shichun? When these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop up out of every... You should really know how... It just went out. It just came out of nowhere. So would it mean anything for me to, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I spent my whole life trying to prove that everything is... I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch, and now I have to prove that everyone that I deserve to keep it? To those bastards who only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms? Mr. Wei, have you heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is it a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've rarely done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh! I've only done it once myself after a friend talked me into it. Yeah, and we all know how that turned out. Let us play just one hooky. Really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard? No. Indeed. Ichun didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. You weren't kidding, I avoided this place for so long! I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but... Wait, is that a shark? You're a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart, too? Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Yay, morale is back. Wait, let's go. Okay, let's go. Right, classies, a new task to help you learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so don't! Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop no matter what enemy we were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world they can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Why are you getting mad at me? No need to shrink, lads. Dead proud! Whoa! Is that a JoJo reference? I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the backstreets. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing here is standing around and trying to look cool. Oh, that one's got a sting. That's it, you little shut up. Is what I would have said back in the day, and I probably would have struck you this hammer. I mean... But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. And looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Huh? You mean us? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys back in my backstreets days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what besties is supposed to mean? Josh Eachin asked with considerable confusion. Let's do this, I guess? You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Here lies Heathcliff's pride. Oh, we're actually gonna fight!
내가 어떤 사람인지 알게. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어.
I thought that was just a cutscene. I guess, like all the other fights, we just have to go until he staggers.
봉황이 나에게 타오.
Oh, see all these passives I gained.
그 해결사의 역경을 비우면 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Sinclair, you don't have 1k health.
꽃처럼 화려한
Bonk.
바람처럼
Bonk.
뜨겁지만
Bonk.
벌처럼 날카롭게.
Bonk. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad, that was much closer than I thought. Good match. Geez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that in the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned, and with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Josh Eachin would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Josh Eachin had as a family hierarch candidate, but perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to that mark on his forehead, I saw a glimpse of Sinclair. I've only seen a select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. Feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead, though. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something in your eyes that tells me your life hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home, because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world on my own, and that was so overwhelming that I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life after all. I did leave Dagbanyan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I feel unutterably lost. There was so much I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home, though. Ah, and there's Heathcliff. He also left home. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. He didn't even use the hair coupons! This is a daily reminder that even though Heathcliff stole the hair coupons, he didn't even use them. Alright, we now have 50-50 Mafia Werewolf users. Something just came up. Class dismissed. At least full stop Heathcliff used them. Well, yeah, at least he used them in at least one mirror world. Bad talking and defensive action. Repair coupons didn't go in vain. Let's just listen to button pressing ASMR. Hath remembered my advice? Sure, yeah, let's go. Glass. I must master all of the sinners. Okay. Wait, the last one on our slot is Rodion, so... May 28th, huh? So are you gonna teach us any techniques? It's been only a few days since your training began, and yet my other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So what's that you two pouting all lesson? Oh, wait, now that's just good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths, erase them all, erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The Night Drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons, and randomness seeps into all his movements. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements. They were also so hypnotic and floaty that Zhao Xuchen and Sinclair couldn't look away. Emptiness of mind. Try not to focus in the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. And my neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually to empty your mind already? I'd have taught you everything that you had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So, our new hierarch has found herself the clue to emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give it them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Phew. What's still supposed to be your ultimate move, right? Would it be more official to give it a name? In that case, what's some good wine indeed? Domain expansion! Infinite void! Wait, your tone. Are you among the 10 blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. Fastest like smoke, I've long emptied many history worth delving into. Alright, I have a few days left for to get Rodion up to master. Shit. Doesn't have time to go phase 2 before he gets violated. Help. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the phantoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I have installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share their concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. Oh yeah, they also had this in like Fire Emblem 3 Houses. There was this little box in the church where they wouldn't, I think they would sorta keep the person's identity hidden, but then you're supposed to figure out who they are. And then, and based on your knowledge of each of your people at the setting, you have to pick the correct answer. Man, I should play Fire Emblem 3 Houses again. That was fun. The one at the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oh yeah, I got to ask, do those consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? That's exactly my point. Like, you could sort of tell by the way that they talk. Also, what's the point of these messages anyway if you got to whinge at their face? Well, I ain't got anyone that should say, I got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again. Heathcliff, please, not here. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't take it, deal with it how exactly? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares Harold, the executive manager, with just useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the... Wow, it's like she's right there, speaking right into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I've got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replacing it. You're gonna try to get to all 800 and master all the teachers? I've mastered them all already. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. Was it perhaps swallowed by the sea? It's a compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Bellamorta trenches. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules soon. Staff report, did one of you steal her compass or something? No, it just got swallowed by the sea. Nah, no way, we never steal from each other. No matter how hard things get, something troubles me. Oh, finally, someone finally submitted a real concern here. Was it the Type A fire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message. So she wrote that out, and then just... she wrote all that out and then sent it anyway. Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're gonna have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all ran out to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess I just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it, but... I'm telling ya, I saw what I saw! I saw Greg's bug arm! So here's my guess, what if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean, I'm trusting the anonymity thingy on this. How about the all 800 for the masterful cutscenes in the end? So you can play the game again. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken into the shock at the time of incident, was pointing precisely at 22:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 22 o'clock, one of the 2 individuals who were on the night watch duty was, yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Hey, Dante, didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day. Briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right, but I pretended to not hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So, fellas, I don't think anyone noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only 2 of them. I'm sorry. I'm literally asking a question about something similar to Among Us right now. But one of them stayed put in his own room. Know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar. I'm sure she'll come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly leaver of lies! In truth, of all numerous cosplays I wish to accomplish was to do it with Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator! To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, this tale beginneth, verily, in the year 757. After a very long reign, alas, the possibility of procuring a... And youngish Mayal's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, what was me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best... I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least now we know who took Ishmael's compass. Better hold on tight. Frustrating. TC, GWN, and MTL. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, trying to parse that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read a speaker's tone and the general context of her words, so... Unfortunately, the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually gonna find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Guys? Alright, that's it, Clockhead. Read up. I go... Now where is he? Hey, nice. It looks like this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante? Fare you well? It is I, the sinner first in the order. You're not supposed to say who you are, damn it! It was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. One must first explore the... worry not about what exists no longer. I write before you in shame. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was that sinner! Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? You know what this feels like? This feels like the Who Broke It. The Who Broke It thing. So, you know, that clip from Parks and Recreation where I think the coffee machine is broken and then they're trying to find out who did it. But in the end, it was actually the one who started it who broke it. It burned his hand, so he punched it. It was starting to get a bit chummy in there. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Yeah, it used to be the joke, like, every fandom had a Who Broke It. I didn't break it. I didn't even touch it. This is Limbus Company's version of Who Broke It. Let's return to number 1 Sitter's paper. This has to be the key to resolving this case. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering? Wondering if that cracking fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it not give off any heat? Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Isang. It's not like we have any other way to tell it other than touching it ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. Indeed, the ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check? Oh, the manager's asleep. Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Huh, Isang! The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats playing up play it out prank. Ah! And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it almost appeared that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself, and that's where it ends. No, Wow, I broke it! No, you didn't. Faust, don't look at me! Look at Gregor. Huh? That's weird. How did he know it was broken? Because it's sitting right in front of us and it's broken. Suspicious. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otos was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, Can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Miss Shinchan. There must be something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them, while I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know, I just get the feeling that the ship might have sailed for me already. Do you have any general idea of who Dante is or what Dante is supposed to be? It's quite the mystery. Like, I think Manager Esquire is trapped in an inferno. A big throbbing that Dante is possibly redacted or redacted. Wait, Dante is censored? Sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So, what do you guys think Ryoshu was trying to say? Two culprits, guy with 90 nightmares and my translator. I see. Then Claire and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. Alright, day 30. Trying to get 800 and everything, huh? So I just have to take all G classes. Which I think might get me close to 800. A little. Possibly. Hello, Karen, and I'm doing great, thank you. Okay, let's check all of the, well, let's just hope this works, because I don't quite know how this game works yet. This might actually do something. Okay, maybe not. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed, and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Joshi-chun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. It is most likely you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Shui or the Shui family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I have taught you all I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Shu-chun. You really don't have to come here to send me off. Still, I have undying faith you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zigong and I must have prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry. I had to reset 2 times and both of them are always near the 800 mark. We're greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be Shichun to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. Been a while since we last saw Shuebalchai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Shichun and Balyu just smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Ixis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't even know you could say such a thing. It has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, you have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't, my parents couldn't. But you, was born and raised in the very same soil as we were? How do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my days goes... I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, Vixis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who sent you that guest lecturer? Ichun's Palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, isn't it? Nope. It's heading to Big Session's exam site. Blasted scoundrels! I must hasten before I lose track of them! Wei sprinted outside even before Shuebalchai finished. A trap, huh? Fellas, should we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Zigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard the faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Zigong was glancing in. So this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exams she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart as you've decided to follow yours. Balchai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Balchai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. They had us play this game! They had us play the mini-games to assassinate her! In a regular game, this would be like a bad ending. Yeah, because of the minigame, it took longer than I thought it would, so, wait a minute, I'll take a short break first. Okay, I'm back. I think we can do one more story. I haven't used a single enkephalin. Because it would be kind of weird to leave on this cliffhanger. A terrible just Jia Wenchun plays down to the very last day. Too much time has passed already. I've already given her clan, including Wei, instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I have observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. That there are many places where one can covertly kidnap the family hierarch. Still, we have to. Your heart is in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map with the highest probabilities of being their destination. As their time is not on our side, the Heisho packs and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them, I aim to send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp of Hongyan, now shut down. Yungan Residential Support Zone. It's a policy Jia Wenchun, the former Jianwu, pursued. The policy was indefinitely tabled and the zone was closed off, as many voiced reluctance to pass it, but I find it hard to believe that Jia Wenchun would admit defeat so easily. It's a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Wenchun would employ such under-the-table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So, let us yank her hand out from under the table and make her regret it. Okay, this is quite short. Really love this intervallo, best thing I've ever seen. It's fun, I like the little mini-game that we were playing. It was a fun time. Yay, we finally get to fight. I think it's more fitting to use my usual team. We need one more.
복지 가시죠. 파투페 이페.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
We hurried ourselves into the winding passages of Hongyan. At first, I thought we might have been able to move faster than the Mephistopheles been here with us, but walking through the winding, irregular paths reminded me why palanquins were a thing. Ah, already! Upon our arrival at the location Zigong pointed out at us, something emerged from the dark. A figure. No, two. Four. A small platoon of shadows. Damn it, we're surrounded! The shadows slithered into physical form, lapping their purple serpentine arms at us. Branch of Heisho packs, they don't belong to the family hierarch. Oi, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about morale. Looks like the classes did have some effect. Sinclair's right, we don't have any time to waste. Alright, let's fight. Our first real fight in a while. Oh hey, it's Greg. Oh, struggling on some fronts, but we'll be fine. Wait, no. You're on your own, Onglu. Come on. Wayne's busy. Oh, it's one of these things where you could easily just press win rate. Okay, I have the Leihang answer.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시게.
묘야.
숨통 끊기.
battle shit easy.
결정 영화. 그 새끼들 만들라고 했던 것이 이라고 적을 갈아 마시는 거였나 싶구만. 욕심이 나긴 놔뒀어. 날개를 펼치고
Alright, let's go.
톱을 걸어.
Okay, let's go.
넌 숨을 틔울 수 없구나.
Yeah, the facial packs, I think, main weakness is that they're not really that good at clashing.
옛날에 외부 강사로 뛰던 것이 생각나네. 한 놈만 잡아준다겠지.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 말로 받았다. 다음은 어디로? 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Once.
길을 열어라. 넌 구름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
아, 아이, 놀랐네. 담배 떠차서
Squire.
침대
Alright, we're almost there.
이만 찰 줄 알았으면 빨리 좀 하지 그랬냐?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Trying to save my voice. Alright! The main strength is having a lot of speed and a lot of bounce.
아직 죽지 마라. 자! 숨통 끊기.
Honk.
놀만치 노른 것 같은 게 이제 싸게 치워불고 들어가자. 고생들이었다.
Does thou know the full name of Suri Sung's Umamusume ID?
또 한 줄.
Sure, we can look for it right now. Facial Pack Wu Branch Adept. Here is the version with glasses. But this one's animated and looks cool. I think we can go through all of these. Doth I look familiar? Yes, he looks like my favorite Umamusume Manhattan Cafe.
떼서 내려 천장으로.
He bears such a striking resemblance to her.
뭐쇼? 대가리에 총 맞았네. 왜 리자고 없이 쪼개고 있을까?
일기당치
12세기 이약 숨쉬는
Bonk. Bonk.
이번에는
흑수묘.
Oh hey, I still have the passives.
생각이 목을 떠적한 것들을 갖다 내고 너는 못 따라.
Guy is approaching a fairly difficult fight. We can stay a bit longer. I mean, more stream means more content. More content means more stream. More content means more viewer. More viewer means...
묘야.
I'm not exactly sure what it means, but it means something, I guess.
옛날에 외부 강사로 뛰던 것이 생각나네.
불가 위압.
놈만 잡아줘.
말하지 못하리.
일대를 다 있어.
영화.
A surplus in wealth. Perhaps, perhaps. Maybe someday.
거치 없고.
I don't think it's that hard. It's kind of like Nehung where some struggle and first try it. And some first try it. Well, yeah, I've dealt with some pretty tough fights in this game. Like, sometimes they only get difficult because of how long they take. Your furry army will probably carry the really good things. I spent a lot of time bringing them up to the level they are now.
안배 떠차서
일기당천.
I really hope Dante has nothing to do with lobotomy corp. Well, it would be more interesting, I think, if Dante was an entirely new character. Like if Dante was, Gosh, I don't know.
옛날에 외부 강사로 뛰던 것이 생각나네.
There's not really a lot of hints. Or maybe there are hints, but I've never really been the type to overanalyze the story of a game.
불가 위야.
I think Dante is his own guy.
아직 죽지 마.
Feels like we still know nothing. Yeah, we don't know anything. We're like 9 cantos in.
거치 없고
There's this one throwaway line by Virgilius. What did he say?
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Dante really likes to get attack.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
The only hint we got was random crash out in the yield my flesh intervallo.
혈압도 바로.
Bonk. I hope we do get to learn more about Dante eventually.
것 같은 게
Although I feel like that will come at a much later time.
고생되었다.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
You are
의도 다른
probably
삶을
correct.
좋아했으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수
Right,
있겠군요.
more fighting. This Manhattan Cafe's family? Just gonna get his show, Greg.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy with the heat of battle, also evidenced by corpses of tree branch Heisho torn wildly about the room. Who's that? Wei? A bloodied beast rises ponderously from the ground, its gaze rising to meet ours. Wait, Wei? Hold on, his eyes! Something's definitely off there. He's not looking at us, he's... Rodia cuts off abruptly, having noticed that something didn't feel right. Away! Away with you! The hooves intermittently click the ground with anticipation and aggression. What happened here? Did the Heisho make it into the exam hall? Limbless snakes dare trespass! Your hideous coils! I will crush them to mulch under my hooves! You're way, right? He's completely lost it. I'll ground your filthy scales to dust. Is he the store thing? Is this the store thing?
뭐시여? 거리에 총 맞았냐?
It's Manhattan Cafe boss battle.
없이 실종되고 있어.
Now let's learn everything we know. Let's see everything we know about horses.
시비 술술 나왔다. 도끼를 뺀다.
이제
순수를
그것이
도려내라.
무지하게 가졌어요.
틈틈
별로 어려울 것.
묘야.
He just didn't take his anti-hacial bolus or whatever. He didn't take his meds.
혈압도
I had a nickel for every horse-based transformation in this game.
결정. 염화.
He had a crash out so big the meds didn't work this time. But something like that. I see, I see. I'm getting destroyed. But you know, this could
싸울 준비는 끝났을까?
turn around later.
무엇을 그렇게
I think it's time to-
쳐다만 보고 있고 그런다냐?
At 30 or lower SP, this unit's coin always flips tails. Time to read the skills. What's his offense level up and fragile? Oh, we have like the priority level things. Now let's not get him to insanity by any means. I'll try. Do not let him horse around.
일기당천.
About time they learned what happens if they kick up a ruckus in a nest, thinking that they can get away with it. Dante, you may not remember it at the moment, but at one point he used to be something of a bigwig, so to speak. Well, that could mean that Dante was a higher up of somewhere else. Uh-oh, he's horsing around. Ah! That could tie him to our Corbin. I'm trying my best.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
보자, 싸울 준비는 끝났을까?
Wait, what's his panic
무엇을
mode?
그렇게 깝깝하게 쳐다만 보고 있고 그런다냐? 저놈
In-
이제 3번 탔을 거구만.
Uh-huh. So, what do we do? Thou must never lose a clash. That's a very tall order. Okay, I'll see if any of my egos can do anything. That's just neutral. Are you crazy? Are you... This music's really good though, you know, as per usual. Astral tried Superbia on turn 1. Not yet. I barely use these actually.
꽈리를 튼 밴 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
Alright, best of luck.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
모든
It
결과들은
could be Rudolph for all we know. I'm more in the camp that it's a new character, perhaps a founder. Yo, that actually looks really cool. You shall not pass! We'll get through this, guys. We'll calm him down. We'll stop him from horsing around. Probably should have gotten Honglu to clash that one, but my options for running low. Oh no, Greg! Rest in pepperoni. Oh, that was his sound attack. Rest in pepperoni. Somewhere in there is yeah, Knight of Despair Rodion. That might not be ideal. Crying out loud.
아직도 정신머리가
네.
없어요. 어쩌겠냐?
You've got some help.
조심하라 해도 저라고 나 잡아줘 뒤잡아도 나쁜 놈들이 잘해봐.
Water? Okay. Destructible and unseverable.
아이 젖새와!
And just wait, no, don't.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
I just had my water. Yeah, I'm mostly trying to take advantage of the healing on my team. But luck correlates with skill. Lose the first 3 clashes and get him to 45 SP.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Yeah, it gets kind.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
What am I gonna do? Spit out the water? Oh! Rest in pepperoni. Thought you meant before to redeem. No, I had my water after that.
정의 이름으로
아이, 너희 실물을 못
How is he not dead?
너희들이 자주 좀 챙겨줘야.
How is he not dead?
나중에 물어.
Not a machine, son. would suggest some people might be into that, but it sounds inappropriate even for me. I can tell you one character who isn't into that blonde blazer. I should. Oh yeah, you reminded me to play Dispatch. I'll play Dispatch soon. I think it's on sale at the moment. Yeah, because there's a big Steam winter sale. Let's just go. Currently building burn to the investor. Wait till next. What's the context of what I said in the? I guess I'll find out once I play. Burn is fun and Canto 9 might be burn themed. Might. Ah, biscuits. So what do you want me to do? Spit out my water? Wait, what's the context of that in Dispatch? I mean, I'll probably find out eventually, but just curious. Priority very high. Okay. We're getting destroyed. It's early enough that you don't need context. Okay. Okay, what? Legit first episode moment. Okay, I'll allow it. So, what exactly happens? Mistakes water for pure alcohol. Does that even happen? Like, is it like, is that water? It's vodka. I like your style. It's vinegar. I recommend checking out the scene. It's happened so early, I don't want to ruin the moment. Okay, okay. Yeah, I managed to... Yeah, I managed to make him feel better. Got his morale up to high. Right. I guess we could just press win rate on everything.
해도 되지? 말 안 해도 알아서 잘하구만.
Let's heal just in case. What was it? This is why I'm gonna go into Control 9 with a sync team. So that it's more difficult? Or because like the other bosses probably won't be like, you know. I have to swap with the Heisho I will, and hoping I can run sync the whole way. Sync's pretty fun. If I were to do like a ranking of the different effects in Limbus, I would say based on how fun they are to run. Sink, rupture, bleed, burn, tremor, and charge.
희망과 미래를 찾아
Is there anything I'm forgetting?
스스로 답을 구하시길.
I feel like I'm forgetting something. Psych, all Kanto 9 bosses use negative coins. Have fun sinking users.
아,
Tremor can be fun, but you gotta be the kind of person who enjoys rhythm and delayed gratification.
세와 목을 떨궈주마.
I just don't really have the resources to build a lot of Tremor. Like, okay, the thing about this game is that it makes you, if you want to try all the different strategies, you have to build up a lot of units, and it actually takes a long time to build up units in this game if there's no event going on.
놀만치 노른 것 같은 게 이제 싸게
We beat
치워버리고
him, we only had 2 deaths.
고생되었다.
Not into Tremor because of the whole mechanic where some IDs just stop damage. Hey, are you alright? My lady, she's in there. Please, you must... Listen, buddy, you're not looking so good. That nasty wound they have given you is starting to bleed again. Joshi-chan's Heisho will be here soon. Stay here and wait for their arrival. Don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. Shi-chan's gonna be just okay. Totally, did you already forget who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me then. She could have achieved such heights. She could have risen much higher than where she now stands. Oh, I forgot about poise. I'd say I put poise in between, bleed and burn. These rental teams that you try out different teams. Fair, fair. Don't you know this already, Mr. Wei? Can we get much higher? The One Piece! I would love if the next Kanto is pure negative coins. I purely hate my friend because he uses sinking. Damn. Poise is basically rupture with a different coat of paint nowadays, and still, unless you're using the lead poise team. Alright, we're almost there. These story chapters tend to be quite short, so we probably won't have much issues. Most of the good Heishos have it. Plus your big sister Yunchen's final exam? If you were going to kill me anyway, why didn't you just take me out from the get-go and instead of wasting all that time teaching me? Pretending to be my I heard sinking, high sink. I would hardly deem the hour spent in joyous waste. Would you? Well, I'm not even surprised. Dang Yan's full of backstabbers anyway. Do not ever trust anyone who approaches you first. Normally, those types of people wait until my guard is down to strike. You had plenty of opportunities to kill me during those classes. I gotta say, I forgot a bit of my edge while I was sinking while I was swinging those sticks. The only one who hired me handed me, along with my payment, a silken bag of dried wolfsbane powder. So you were hired to poison me. Why didn't you? Why would I? When I could use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine. With vision for the future of Hongyan would grip the land as though it belonged to them, and Hongyan, trapped in the grasp of serious intrepid individuals, grew dark and suffocating. The other people, who had initially seemed to have been included in the lessons as nothing more than an extra, may well have forced the lessons out of me, and after a while of frolicking with the bumbling hierarch and a particularly nasty pupil, it seems that I shared all that I know with the both of you. Hey! Despite the present circumstance, my lessons have all been without a speck of falsehood. Then, never once have I thought the pupil would fall at such a pace. And if you do, I don't suppose you were a pupil of mine anyway. Voice is better because you don't burn it every time you use it. Rupture and bleed are the lower end for me.
내가 어떤 사람인지
Oh,
알게 하는
okay, so she's just gonna do her thing.
꽃처럼 화려한
Do your thing, Chi. Do your thing, Shichun.
벌처럼 날카롭게.
Will you eat my pixels? Who eats more pixels? The Chinese government or Yesod? Did you hit 800 in all stats? I was pretty close actually. I tried to do it on the last couple days of I think I had like day 30 and I ended at like 780 on the first stat. That was the only one I didn't have 800 on. I think you could try again, but I'll probably do that offline.
전부 보인다고. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아. 그 해결사의 역경을
Can Shichun die in these fights? Okay, apparently not.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군. 누구 작품이겠나?
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
뭐시여? 대가리에 총 맞았냐? 왜 네가
일기당천. 도끼를
Oh right, is your limbus ID posted somewhere?
소려내라.
If you type the command limbus,
별로 어려울 것 같아.
묘야.
then you'll get my limbus ID. Since you're on Twitch, there's a command limbus, so no problem, no problem.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 모든 것에 견뎠어.
아, 놀랐네.
불가
차서
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 진짜만
빨리 좀 어디.
이 정도 당뇨야. 고작 이 정도 당뇨에 허덕다. 넌 구름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
아, 놀랐네. 담배 떼차서.
불가 위야. 막아내지
안
못하리.
차릴 줄 알았으면 빨리 좀 어디.
What happened? Why did my... Probably should have looked a bit closer.
에따, 팍하고 터진 것이 제법 보는 맛이 있단게. 나머지도 싸게 터뜨려야 쓰겠지.
There's a pretty consistent way to get 900 on all stats. 1000 needs you to get lucky in a lot of training, and only 800 matters.
길을 열어라. 목을 떨고 넌 구름을 틔울 수 없겠구나.
Not sure if this was mentioned, but Sinclair gets buffed in these fights depending on how well you trained him.
거치 없다.
This Nyx.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 또 제쳐라. 다음은
We're close.
외부 강사를
We're almost at the end, guys.
막아내지 못하리.
놈만 시작했더니 인체를 다 뜯어버렸던 놈이 있었지.
숨통 끊기.
Thou taketh my leave. Okay, see you, done.
놀만치 노른 것 같은 게 이제 싸게 치워불고 들어가자. 고생들이었다.
Can I request a mirror dungeon stream next adventure?
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, I've been intending to do one sometime anyway.
세월이
When the
지나면
student becomes the master.
홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
This has a new and different icon. Well, let's see what happens here.
무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
배 좀 채울까?
My arm. I must depart. Okay, see ya. Farewell.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
Ah, it's just one of these.
구조를 파악했어. 봉황이 날개처럼.
Go on, Shi-chan. Use what you've learned.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
I know she can't die, because we have that one passive where she
벌처럼
just comes back to life if she dies. And is immune to death for one turn. It's kind of like a focus sash in Pokemon.
벌처럼 날카롭게.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on stuff like that? Like, in Pokemon, you have the sturdy ability, you have focus sash, you have other stuff. Like the focus items, but mostly focus sash is the one that people use. Man, I haven't competitively battled in a while.
포기하지 않아. 자, 알고
We're good and
있는 걸
competitive.
정말 말해.
True, true. Pichan! Now that's impressively sneaky. So they're not beasts of Hongyan for nothing, eh? They just had to get between me and my pupil's spar. Master, wait, you've been working for Zhao and Chen the whole time? Haven't you known me long enough by now to tell brief as our acquaintance has been? My service is to no one but the bottle. To have all 12 masters squeeze into battle when things were just starting to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? Yeah, and the master stabbing his pupil in the back isn't? Just as Sinclair and the Night Drifter were locked in an argument. The Heisho beasts who followed us in the room swung their purple arms at Shi-chan without hesitation. The slithering serpent arm, which suddenly extended into a considerable length. Haven't I already given you due complaint, my friends? We're stopped inches from Shi-chan's neck with the Night Drifter's arm, biting him instead. Now that's one potent venom. I can feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes. Haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your holes. I'll even give you an excuse so you could give to your lord, say that you had to withdraw, as the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm got in your way. You serve the same client. Might as well let me take all the blame for your failure, huh? Even if you would want one in the story for whatever reason, you don't even have one until 90% of the way, if not post-game. Yeah, that's true. A lot of competitive battling stuff is locked behind the post-game stuff. Stuff like the battle tower and whatnot. But I guess there is a sort of workaround in the ability Sturdy. We'd want to be a Rhyhorn or a Cubone in Mystery Dungeon, because Lightning Rod is the best special. Yeah, Sturdy is just like the Geodudes that you find in the caves. I guess Skarmory has it, which is pretty good in some games. But the Heisho wordlessly stood their ground. Sturdy, did I hear? Too bad, too bad. But I suppose this should make her fair fight with all of her teachers being here and all. I don't recall ever teaching you to make a face like that in front of an enemy. Fine, it's not like stopping one attack makes you our ally. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble. I thought this said... I thought this said Wagwan! Anyway, fighting time.
나 자신을 지켜봐야 해.
불가
왜 느자고
위압
없이 실족해도
막아내지 못.
꽃처럼 화려하는 바람처럼
But then I know there's people that actually really hate those kinds of strategies, like the ones where you're still living by 1 HP. Like, what? No, you're supposed to be dead.
목을 떨궈주마.
At the same time, if Skarmory is triggering sturdy when choice items aren't something that exists, you're doing something wrong. That's me.
이런 일에 흔들리는
Ah. Ooh, this might be serious. Yeah, Peachum's here.
이번엔 재미 좀 보는
Get to have her join in the fight.
그래서 생각이 있으면 허접한 것들을 갖다 내지는 않겠지.
Yep, show him!
토끼를 고작 이 정도 탕로에
One-shotting in Pokemon games.
도려내.
Yeah, if you're the type of person that likes to use one-shots, then
묘야.
those Geodudes in the cave with sturdy might be pretty annoying. Oh yeah, speaking of, like, I think I've already talked at length about how much I don't like that some of the Pokemon's Megastones are locked behind ranked. How much of an awful decision I think that is. Not even sure what to even trigger that other than stab overheat.
담배 떼차서
Who even has overheat in the base game?
갔으면 빨리 좀 하지 그랬냐?
Trying my darndest. Oh, Flannery has overheat. Yeah, that's fair. Fair assessment. Oh! Someone died! Faust, no!
마지막은 무념.
적질났나?
잠깐만.
적을 물었든 너의 쓸모를
Right, we have Magical Girl Dawn to help us out.
어쩌겠냐? 조심하라 해도 저라고 나 잡아줘 뒤져쁘디. 남은 좀 잘해봐.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 지나온 길을 생각하면
How is he doing that?
해야만 하는.
That's what I get for pressing win rate?
진짜 즐거운 시간이.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
결정 염화.
He's intentionally overtuned. I see. Makes sense, makes sense.
같이 배웠던 걸 써먹을 때야.
We've already gotten half of our team out.
어쩌겠냐?
Man, what are you paying the
조심하라
Haitians
해도
for?
저라고 나 잡아줘 뒤져부터. 남은 놈들이 잘해봐.
We pop one of the Durantes. Sure, which one? Which one should we, The word sturdy or onyx reminding you of a certain clip of a certain Nuzlocke. I feel like I know what... I feel like I know which one you're talking about. Because I watched a lot of people's Nuzlocke clips. Okay, let's try. Thanks for the encouragement. Ah. Wanna see what that screen was about? Oh, you mean my thumbnail? Sure. Thank you, thank you.
가면 꾀맨끈이 떨어졌나?
Did my... About a guy... It's just a minor Nuzlocke clip about the guy screaming after a Jinx killed his Onyx after... Oh my god, I know that one! Not too big of a YouTuber, really? I know that one, I know that one. What did I say, Brayden? What did I say? I thought he had sturdy. Sturdy apparently worked kind of differently in those times, which is why this argument even surfaced.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
But yeah, I did watch that whole video. Along with all of the other, along with some other Nuzlocke videos. I think I also watched, I should do an Emerald Nuzlocke because it means I get to bully the Elite Four with a Rayquaza. It's already only worked on instant kill moves prior to Gen 5. Whoa, it's, okay, it doesn't really, it's kind of crazy that... It's kind of crazy that they only made that change in Gen 5. Like, I figured that they would have made that change earlier, but apparently that's a... Damn. So in my first Pokemon game, Gen 4, it wouldn't have worked that way yet. I'm pretty sure the game that that YouTuber was playing was Fire Red. So that's Gen 3. There are slithering noises coming from above. More Heisho. We can't find him and the sheep branch off at the same time, but if we were to try to create a distance between us, the Night Drifter will definitely exploit that opening. The heavy roof atop the large door instantly crumbled, burying it and blocking off the snakes from entering. It was though he hit an invisible weakness of the brickwork. Thought I'd given you snakes enough warning to head back. What are you doing? Why, the bumbling hierarch's promise to bring real change to Hongan has given rise to a certain intrusive thought that was put to sleep a long time ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend of an infamous syndicate earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Yet what use is all that if he could not stop his little girl from passing on before her old man on a restructuring day? The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away in return, leaving behind my rooms, my steel. I picked up a simple tree branch and to be my sole companion as I drifted about the city. When I abandoned both my honor and my name, all that remained was a life of living for the sake of living, nothing more. And I believe that the same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of Hongan as well, just as it had for this useless drunk, devouring it in the surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. Yet, now it reared its head for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. Do you see? The sun rises even in Hongan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound, keep the venom within, and let it not leave your tongue. Emptiness of form, and emptiness of mind. Do not let the Heisho stray from your presence again, not even for a moment. Rule of fear is a detestable thing indeed, yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, master. Then, do what you must. It won't be very becoming of the hierarch of Hongan to let live a fellow assassin who dared to make an attempt at her life. Joshi-chan wordlessly tightened the grip around her weapon. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight, doesn't it? The Night Drifter grinned, having caught the encroaching scent of death. Neon Sky Killer, we're getting to apply our repel.
전부 돈이라고.
Pokemon. So this killing animation is different if you hit all 800s. Oh. The Night Drifter stumbled. He smelled of pungent, bitter wine. When the unseethed dregs of old, cloudy wine settle and the bitter life is left behind, the clear, crisp water shall spring forth, twinkling under the sun's uppersity.
가을일서 모이만 뿌려주신다면
Okay, we're almost done.
촉에는 죽은
This
뜻을
last-
소모하시는 그 어떤
This
벌레도
last note is just story,
오래
so
뿌리고
let's read it.
남기잖아요. 두 개의 쓸모는 증명했어요. 그러나
The incident was quickly swept under the rug as independent actions of an anonymous, unaffiliated assassin only known as the Night Drifter. As he was not registered to any kind of life insurance plan, his body was buried among the many unnamed graves of Hongan. I heard that there was a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam. I must say, it is fortunate that no important blood has been spilled during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Dagonian. I can only be glad he met the deserved fate. Anyone who was at the site could address to the fact that my guests and I were assaulted by Heisho's tree branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send the stakes to that particular location? Is that so? Yet they testified that their presence was only to eliminate the Drifter of the Night. Earlier than your own Heisho pack, even. Yeah, not only did you get me a new master, in your impatience to see my growth, asked that same master to harm me. You've certainly outdone yourself. He was nothing more than a boorish executioner. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently. Chichun, I believe this only reinforces my argument that the people of Daguanyan aren't the only people here who believe that you are terribly out of your depth for the task. But, Yuanchun, I've learned so much because of you. Rest assured, I will never forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me, but you know what's an undeniable truth? That I am still the legitimate victor of the family hierarch war. Sure, Big Sister Wenchun might know more about the details of Hongyun's administration, but in the long run, you know she does not have Hongyun's best interests at heart. Inadequate I may be, I am still the chief executive director here, and you, dear Big Sister, are a temporarily visiting outsider. As its hierarch, I know exactly what Hongyun needs, and I will give the best of my efforts to bring my vision for this land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear, a place where one does not need to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for Hongyun, for H Corp. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarch had such vast ambitions. She's really saying it. The four great houses and I, we ruled and knew this land at the back of our hands before you were even a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why Daguanyan's growth never seemed to stop, while more and more people outside it seemed to be falling to their deaths from their homes with every restructuring day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to the shadows when the heavens are shrouded. So if you won't cooperate with us, we will... Nope, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I'm the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I have clearly explained my will. Forget all about your under-the-table deals and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, Shichun. In case you don't know, winning those exams has nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of the vote of no confidence. Oh yeah? I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch. Not that you'd understand. It's true, but how often she's changing the conditions of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. That is indeed in stark contrast with the hierarch who promised 30 days of return time and met precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them should provide more stability for administrative purposes. Thus the vote of no confidence began. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty, she knows when to be serious, and I think she's got a good grip on the gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it. And, well, she remembered my name. With her eloquence, strategic prowess, and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well qualified for her position. If she's got the hand of how to treat the heart of the smallest child, then I believe she has the capacity to tend the hearts of those larger as well. But I would be remiss to judge so quickly. She has shown remarkable change and improvement over a short period of time. I say, she is someone of rare talent we must lose so easily. She's been at the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events as the lost and gained my neck. Just think about the amusement she'll bring us, the family hierarch. We love to see it. Which means that your services are no longer needed here, not that they ever were. Don't you think you've more than overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of half-wit nobodies like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend the whole month lounging around. Very well. Savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be safe on your way home. And please, do watch your health. You've always been a sickly child come winter, have you? Remember that the only way down is once you've reached the peak. There goes the perfect opportunity to take control. But our time shall come. Nothing. Oh, you said that he smells no fragrance from me anymore. Am I even useful to you anymore? Well, you won't come back. I can't make him come back. I understand that now. At least not. Come with me to Q Corp. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. What could I possibly do? Have I not given you my word that I can make him return? The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble has stirred in H Corp, they will hardly have the wherewithal to fix their eyes upon the goings of Q Corp. When the time comes, your fragrance shall spread beyond H Corp to Bellew. I trust that he will never sit idly by when great danger threatens Joshi-chun. But I am nothing! Even you are blinded to the shadows cast by your own light. You are. Chichun watching us with an oddly bashful look, we prepared for our departure. Given that Mephistopheles still showed no signs of ever coming back, it seems that we were to be assigned to various odd jobs around this area for a little while, not to mention the use of distortions. We're finally leaving this place for real, huh? Chichun will be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever, get your butts out of here, please! Nah, they're not wiping out the whole Shui family. I don't think Shui Pan would allow himself to die. Hey, I'm the family hierarch. We need whose help now? You truly wear authority well. You still have to stay here, don't you? Did you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you just stay here for a little bit, instead of going out there again? Oh, that get out, go away, don't even think about coming back. Seems to me you're sad to see us go, ain't ya? Who said that? Anyways, I'll let everyone know that your party is free to enter and leave whenever you want, so use it if you want. Oh, verily, to be an educator of another was a task most daunting. Did the lass even teach a proper class? Oh, don't tell me her class. Well, Heath, sure hope you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you. That's, Oi! Wait a minute. No smoking in front of kids. Remember you saying how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. You had some awesome tricks up your sleeve. I never thought you knew how to do things like that. People learn when there's a need. Ever since the classes began, we actually started looking far off into the distance with an odd expression. Sometimes we'd hum a melody we haven't heard of before. However, we didn't get to sit in each other's classes. It would have been nice to see different sides of everyone. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about once we head back, huh? I really wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since Chichun's given us the option, let's head back to Hongyan. You've seen them off with surprising stoicism, my lady. Have you been repeatedly eyeing their departure date on the calendar over and over? Gosh, that's because I couldn't wait to get those freeloaders off my back. But now that the freeloaders... now that their company has departed. I also know that I'll carry the lessons they've taught me in my heart for a long, long time. And that's the end of this intervallo. Yay, lunacy. That was a good read. Also, this music is really good. So, the story is very interesting. Wait, we can... Now please 800 in all classes and then wait for the end of December. We could just, look it up on YouTube, the cutscene that plays if you get 800 in every class. Second, I should have it in history. Well, 100% only cutscenes. Oh, okay. Thanks for the link, Senpai. Let's go. Just change my audio and video sources right quick. Excuse me. This is what it would look like with stats below. this is what it would look like with stats
벌처럼
above.
날카롭게.
Oh, nice! Has more animation. Oh, that's fancy! It's like in a fighting game. Alright. So that's the video. So there's a lot more animations if you choose the one less victory. Anywho, so that's gonna be the end of the stream. Thanks everybody. I will see you guys next week as per usual. The stream schedule will come out soon. Thank you for reading this story with me. Bye!